Hello, hello. Hi, Ninja. How are you doing? Hi. So, yeah. What are we gonna do today? So, yeah, yesterday I tried to implement the area of effect indicators. We almost managed to do that. But yeah, I just couldn't figure out how to make it work with Krita. Tried to make it reproducible, reconfigurable if I want to change it in the future. But I just gave up and created a more simple effect, which should do just fine. Doing fine. Nice. Good to hear that. But yeah, today we're gonna start working on some server-side features and maybe some quests. So yeah, one thing that I need is the status effects. Right now they work in one of two modes. They can be either permanent bonuses while the status effect is active, or they can have interval and then these functions apply with an interval constantly. So I actually need to change that and implement like interval functions as a separate list, because I need like I need a feature that's like very frequently how do I even say it? Oh my god, what am I saying? Like very frequently I need a feature that I need both permanent effects while aura is active, for example, and a taken effect. Like for example, right now I want the release toxic smoke skill used by Cave Puffer to also reduce its speed, but I cannot do that because the toxic smoke thing is an interval function. Yeah, like if you have an interval set, then all these functions get executed once per interval tick. So I need to fix that. Yeah, like these periodic status effects. These are something that I need to change. Functional status effect. Yeah, it's actually outside of this object. An aura created. Yeah, I need this. And this. Periodic updatable on update apply. So I think so this is if it's not periodic, then it applies and de-applies. We can make it better in a way that we can actually get rid of this is periodic. No, we need it. But can have apply, revert, and how do we call it? Update. Just update. Okay, it doesn't say anything about periodic. Can we use updatable? Yes, we actually can, because aura is updatable with a delta time. So we can even pass delta time to this. Let's do that. So iStatus effect is going to become an updatable as well. Wait. Okay. So now it requires the update method to be defined. Now in this status effect, we need to implement that. Update. Can I do abstract? Update. Right. This is just a generic status effect. This is just, yeah, just a generic. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual functions that we have in our normal status effects. Right. Now we need this. Yeah, functions. We need another list of these functions. We have maximum of 10. That's okay. I never needed 10, but I did need 5. So probably it's a good idea to have more. So, but we need another list of this called update functions or interval functions. How do we call it? Like we have function value, and we definitely need less. So probably it's gonna be like 5 maximum. So far I only needed one of these to be a periodic. So even 3 would do, but yeah, let's just do 5. But how do we call it? Interval. Effect interval. Yeah, let's call it function interval. I don't know. Interval function. It's weird. I don't like it. But I don't have any other nice ideas. Yeah, let's do it like that. So we need interval functions. And we're gonna define another constant, max interval function count. That's gonna be 5. And we also need to implement the interface, or abstract method rather. And here, oh wait, we don't have an entity. Okay, then we cannot use the updatable thing, which is fine. Gonna do it like this, I guess. Entity context and delta time. And I also need to define it in the interface, right? What? So this is gonna be, why is it documentation? Yeah. Applies the interval status effects to the specified entity. Target entity, context, maybe null, and delta time. How do I document it here? I don't. Okay, whatever. Time since the previous date. Okay. Now I have that. Now I need to update it here as well. And we're good to go. Technically, I don't need this delta time, but just in case for the future, maybe. Well, then I will pass it. I'm not gonna do it right now. Let's remove it, actually. You know what? I need it, actually. I'm pretty sure. Not for these ones. But I do need it. Okay. Where is the weapon status effect? Oh, that's status effect function. Okay. Yeah, okay, we're good. So this should be it. Now we have this interval functions. Now we don't need this anymore. No, we do need it, but we just do the apply. And here we do revert. Because now these methods actually do what they told. They just apply and revert the functions. And for the interval functions, we have a separate set of methods. Okay. Now this, instead of apply, we do update. Delta time. Delta time, okay. Good. Let's see once more. Where do we use... No, not interval. Well, actually, yeah, where do we use the interval? Okay. And periodic. So if it is periodic, it creates the updatable. Okay, that's good. That's good. So we don't do that for every status effect, but just for the ones that need it. And on update, we just do that. Okay. So we should be good. Hello, Gambit Mojo. How are you doing? Come in to see if you need anything. Not sure what you mean. I think I'm good. Hope you and your neighborhood are safe. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, thank you. And hello, around the wing. Wait, are you Felipe? I may confuse you with something, with someone else. I don't know. Let me know how would you like to be called. Yeah, Felipe. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. I just go swim, but the pool is closed right now. Too many chemicals in the water. Oh, wow. Yeah, hopefully they all figure it out. I've never actually been to a public pool, to be honest. Not sure what the procedures, what do they do. Coding looks complicated. Well, it could be complicated sometimes, but I don't know. To me, it's like speaking another language. I don't know. If you get fluent with it, you can figure it out, no problem. So now I need to actually add the fields to the table. This one. Huh. Yeah, I would need to extract this piece of code so I don't have to duplicate it. So let's do a protected function info, huh? No, I just need a function, a status effect function. Just get function. And we're gonna use int ad, right? Yeah, that's the integer. Going to hopefully get some things done. Okay, hey, okay, have a nice day and bye. So yeah, we need this function ID. Let's invert this. So if this is less or equals 0. We return null. Okay, status effect function table. This is something they need to pass through to here. Oh wait, table container, right. Yeah, I also need to pass the table container to here. Yeah, we don't have the status effect ID anymore, so we can't add it to the logs. So we just get rid of it. And here we just return. Oops. Not all parts. Oh. Okay. I removed the piece of code that I just need. A sec. It's gonna be easier to copy it. What's wrong? Oh, table container, right. What? Oh, it can be null, right? Actually, no, I don't like this idea. This has to be an integer, not nullable. And then here we just do, if this has value, then we do that. Otherwise it's just a null. And we need to repeat it for max interval function count. Wait, I also need the interval values. I didn't do that. Functions, values, interval values. And for this one as well, I need interval function and interval value. God, this is weird. Sounds weird. Interval function, interval value. But it's okay. Okay, now we have two sets of functions and values. One are normal. The other ones are interval. Now they are separated. Right. So now we actually need to add it to the CSV files and migrate the data. Where was it? Yes, I think this is good. So, now, where is the table? Here's the table. Yeah, now we have this defined. So how do we now safely add this? I need to add columns. I define them in the schema. But I don't remember how to do this so it doesn't produce errors. Also, did I commit everything to the repository? No, I didn't. Oh, that's the schema. Why doesn't it have the end of line? Well, it has now. Okay, so have that. Now let's export. If I do a database to CSV, it's gonna error, right? Let's try. No, it actually worked. Okay, so now I should have the extra columns in the CSV. Add it to everything. Okay. Now I can import that back to the database, and that should create the missing columns for me. There we go. So now I have interval. Whoops. We're good. It was just a little bit too long to fit. We have 5 functions, 5 values. Good. So now the problem is we have an existing status effects that have interval, and their functions and values are defined in normal functions. So let's do not 0 interval. Wait. Revive. Why is it defined as an interval status effect that doesn't have a function? What? I don't know. I'm not gonna touch that. But okay, we just need to move all of these functions and values to the interval functions, right? And the toxic smoke is one of them, yeah. That's the one that we need to fix. Also potions. Okay. I can technically just copy all of that. So 5 functions from here go to 5 functions in here. And 5 values going to these 5 values. Yeah, this looks fine. So let's save that. And now we can turn all of these into zeros. Hello? Why is it not turning into zeros? There we go. And all these functions we're gonna set to null. Yeah, so far I was only using one interval function basically. What's wrong with this revive? Why doesn't it have a function? I remember. It was just moved away. Now the status effect is empty, because before it did have a status effect, but now it doesn't. It doesn't need that anymore. Probably I should remove it then completely. I don't want to do that right now. But okay, now we can export that back to CSV. And now we should have all the data. and find an example with a repeatable, with an interval function. Come on, where is all of that? Huh. Let's try burning. Just searching for burning here. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. This is why I missed it. Sure, looks good. So this is what? How do we name this? So status effect interval functions moved to a separate set of columns. And we should be done here as well in the code, in the server code. Let's try to start the server and see how it goes. Oh, there is something wrong. Battle attribute status effect. Don't remember how this works. And where is it being used? Attributes. Weapon attributes. Where is it being used? Yeah, weapon stats. Huh. Well, okay. This should be fine. We don't need this update. Okay. Okay, so we are good. We loaded the tables. No errors, no warnings. So this should be it. Let's commit that. Nothing here. Here we need... Wait, I want to double check. So for the status effect, for 𝚽_status effect, I want to see where do we apply the stuff. Yeah, we fix the battle attribute. Default status effect context. Huh. This could be a problem, I think. Now this is fine. No, wait. Oh no, it creates aura. Okay, good. Learn skill. Yeah, this all should be totally fine. Yes, okay, good. So now we can commit all of that. So we use update instead of apply an update. Oh, I don't need this anymore. This is... Maybe I do... Oh, delta time. Yeah, okay. We do that. Functional. So yeah, new set of functions, new set of values. Interval function count, that's good. And we do those function and those values on update. Okay, good. Okay, looks fine. Now here we can just do apply and revert without checking if it's periodic or not, because we use a separate set of functions. Good. So how do we call it? Move. Let's just copy that. Separate set of, yeah, why not, columns. We push that. And here we just update the submodule. Okay, so we're done with that, and now we can actually fix our toxic smoke, right? It's this one, I think. Yeah, this one gets applied to the NPC that releases the toxic smoke, and then it applies the toxic smoke to the target. Now we have the interval functions, but now we can use normal functions as well. And what do I want? I want speed, the movement speed function to be decreased by, let's do 75%. So now cave buffers, when they do release a toxic smoke and they still not dead, their speed will be reduced by 75%. And they will release the toxic smoke itself. 1024, use skill on self. Okay, good. And that skill, 16, is the toxic smoke. Okay. Okay, so this is good. This is done. Now we can export that. Now this release toxic smoke, scale, release toxic smoke. Now slows down the caster by 75%. Okay. Okay, so this is done. By the way, I forgot to update the title. But okay, what's next? What do we do next? Yeah, there is a weird thing with the Pantera map. It shows an incorrect label. I want to verify why. But how do I do that? Zone map labels. Map 5. Wait. Yeah, it should be... Why is it not in order? Oh, I guess I know. Okay, whatever. So yeah, it says northwest and southwest, but it should be southeast. So I want to check what does it say in the Ukrainian translation. Because it could be just a wrong translation. One sec. Also, I need to update Ukrainian translation. I keep forgetting about it. So, we need zone map labels. Oh my god, why am I losing my voice? And number 43. Yeah, Ukrainian translation is correct. English translation is not. Weird. Should be southeast. Looks like I made a mistake. So southeast of Pantera. And just to double check, what was it in the old English translation? I forgot what table was it. No, not this one. It's not this. No, actually it was that. $45. Why is it different? I don't know. But okay, yeah, it was southeast. Yeah, I guess I just made a typo when I translated that to English. Southeast. Okay, so that should be fixed now. Let's commit that. Should be good. Typo fixed. Okay, so that's done. So yeah, there is one bug that I wanted to see if I can fix. One sec, let me update the title first. So there is one bug. How do I even reproduce it? Do I need to reproduce it even? Yeah, this one. So gateway registry. How do gateway servers end up registered in that? Register connection. Gateway servers. Connection pool at connection. Ah, I see. Okay. So yeah, this is the problem. So when a gateway server connects to a login server, we register it in this registry by the gateway server app instance GUID, and we create a connection pool for it. And we add the connection to the pool. Right. And that's a concurrent dictionary, yeah, of connection pools. The problem is, yeah, when connection dies, the connection pool handles that itself. So it will remove the connection from the pool. That's totally fine. But the record in this registry stays there. And that gets reflected in this state. So when we, for example, when one gateway server gets connected to a login server, this number gets increased by 1. So we have 2 gateway servers in this registry. So 2 gateway connection pools. But if this gateway server dies or just stops, the connections will die, but the connection pool will still be registered in there. And we still have that number in statistics. So technically there is nothing wrong that we have empty connection pools. That's okay. We could theoretically, when the connection pool closes, we could remove it from this concurrent dictionary, but that would mean that theoretically there could be a problem where we remove a connection pool with a newly created connection. So let's say a connection dies and that gets created at the same time. So one connection dies, a new connection gets created. Let's say we detect the connection died after the new connection gets created by the connection pool. So it gets closed, but then opened again. We could remove a connection pool that has an active connection. So it could be tricky to actually make this right, and I don't really need to make it right here. Like it's not a problem that we have an empty connection pool for old gateway servers. That's totally fine. It consumes nothing basically. We could probably hack this thing. Connected gates. We could connected gates. Does it? Where does it use it? Oh, it's on servers. Yeah, right. So technically, yeah, if the old connection stays there in the registry, it's not so good, especially if we do that a lot. But I don't really care, to be honest, at this point. Because the only way we do, the only way this situation could happen is when a gateway server stops. A new one gets created with a new instance gate. And that's fine. Should I make this right? And if I do make it right, what would that look like? Let's just close and restoring the client connection. Authentication. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I don't really have a reason, like a real reason to improve this. It's technically working fine. There is no problem with that. It's just I noticed that we have this number of connected gateways increasing every time a new gateway gets connected, but it doesn't get decreased when the gateway gets disconnected. Which is okay, it's just a number. And the only downside that we still keep the old connection pools is for some operations, like when a new zone server gets new zone server connects, we need to forward that to all gateway servers. So they, for example, create connections on their side to those zone servers. But yeah, it's not a problem at all. It's a very minimal performance downside. And yeah, like maybe overall, like looking up the connection pool is a little bit, like a tiny bit slower when we have dead ones, but we would have maximum 2 dead gateways in the list in our current setup. So I think we're fine. I don't want to touch this right now because if we do this right, this registry will become much more complex. It would be something that we use for the zone servers on the vault server side, which is much more complex. I don't want to re-implement all of that, so I'm gonna skip that. Okay, what's next? Okay, maybe we can start working on some logic for the boss monsters and their spawns. That would be good. So let's do that. How do I even call this? Boss monster spawns. Okay. So a very long time ago, I did actually start working on that, I believe. I just need to find where exactly. Let's close the login. So zone server, game data tables, let's start with that. NPC spawn table, I believe. This one should contain summons, these ones. So this basically creates a boss monster summons, not spawns. So it creates spawn points for the summon NPCs for the bosses. Technically it should work, it's just they are not connected together. So these are treated as a completely separate spawn points. And when the boss monster moves, the summons basically are on their own. They don't interact with each other. So let's see, how can we improve that? PC spawn info. So we do store it in the summons property. Where do we use it? spawn info. In the group, npc spawn info summons spawner. Okay, so when the boss entity gets spawned, we should also reach summon, get the spawn manager. We create another spawner. We register the spawner in the spawn manager, and we initialize the spawner. What happens there? Spawn new entity. Wait, this is not right. This is not right, because it should be related to the parent entity, and it's not. I do have a spawn and NPC. No. Spawn command. So this is something that they can use to just spawn an NPC. And that, I'm pretty sure, gets assigned to the player character, no? Wait. So we create a spawner, we initialize it, spawn manager. Oh, spawn manager belongs to the entity controller. And yeah, that's the case. So yeah, it's not related to the entity itself. It's related to the entity controller. We have the spawn manager component in there, which doesn't do anything. Oh, it's a spawn manager. Spawn manager, initializable, destroyable. When we destroy it, we despawn. Yeah, so this is how it works. Okay, I remember now. So we have a spawn manager component in the entity controllers for each entity. So then they can create a spawner and spawn some entities, but when they get despawned or log out, for example, all the child spawns that they created get destroyed as well. And that goes recursively. So okay, I remember that. So that works. That works. So the spawning portion should work just fine. Now we need to figure out how to control the spawns, or maybe how spawns can see that they belong to their master. There was something. Oh, I have it to do. Okay. That's on update. So this is a spawner, right? On update, we despawn that stuff. Despawn request, despawn timer, entities to despawn, respawn. Why is it here? It's not supposed to be here. It's when we create a new, spawn a new entity. It should be somewhere there. So okay, spawn new entity, right? What do we do there? Spawn region, get new session ID, create a new entity. We get the pile component, we register died and revived events. We add spawn info, spawn region, and spawner. Spawn info. Can we make this as, let's say, child spawn info or something like that? NPC spawn info. That's also NPC spawn info, right? Yeah, that's just an NPC spawn info. Spawn type. What is the spawn type? Oh, random fixed. That's the position. I need to clean up these types and rename them properly. Regions, min-max, despawn, respawn, delays, move type, chase distance. I could add like a parent or master info to here. That way we can retrieve the information about the master, but that's not technically about the master itself. It's about the master spawn info, which is not enough. Okay, we add the information, spawn info, spawn region, spawner. So the spawner should have an owner, right? Is owner of. Oh, what is that? How do we use it? Request despawn, request respawn. Wait. Cancel despawn, okay. And despawn command, that's another thing that they can use. So get the target, spawn manager. Oh, so is owner of, that basically means that this spawner owns the target. Spawner is owner of target. Then we destroy it. Ah, okay. So that's it. Despawn a single entity. It despawns all the entities within that spawner. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Technically, I don't need to do any of this for the bosses. They will just spawn their spawns. And that's it. And we already have, since all the summons registered inside the spawners, spawners manage the amount of spawns. That's fine. So the bosses don't have to do anything to control the amount of their spawns, their summons. Okay, that's good. So what do we have left then? We can spawn the summons for each boss. We control the amount, so we can respawn them when needed, when configured, based on the table here. So like min max amount. If it goes below min, it will respawn back to the max amount. That's totally fine, and we have the delays. That's also good. That's also good. Idle move type. We'll move random, move waypoint, wait for... Yeah, this is weird. I needed to get rid of that. Chase distance. So yeah, we can manage the creation of the summons. Despawn, respawn, that's all being handled. And the despawn when the target gets despawned, that's also handled. So that's good. That's good. So what else do we need? We just need the summons to actually behave as they belong to their master entity. So it's not gonna be there. Right, that's update, right? So I guess my idea was that on update, we send some like signals to the spawned entities or something. Yeah, it's not gonna be there. Probably the best way of handling that would be to create another type of AI. Another type of AI. Or I don't know. It could be done two ways. We can either control the spawns from the AI of the master, or we can let the spawns watch the master and, for example, move towards it. So that's done in the AI here, behavior trees. No, not this one. It's in the Ymirheim version. Entities, AI, behavior trees. Yeah, default NPC AI. So we could probably in the idle behavior, try to follow the master, right? But how would that look like when we configure them? So let's say the master entity can have its own region. Where is the regions? Like here, it has a spawn point, right? Oh, it's even more complex than that. I forgot that this is very tricky. Okay, they have their own regions. But the summons are crap. How does that work? Yeah, it has only a single region always. Hmm. This is not good. I'm using... Wait, and the waypoints... This is not correct. The waypoints... Wait, regions... Crap. Spawn point, region... Spawn point, center point... Crap. I forgot that this is a thing. And I did change it quite a few times, so I don't really remember how that works specifically in the latest version. Yeah, it's gonna be weird, and the waypoints are gonna be weird as well. So the idea is I could create... Crap, oh my god. Why did they do it like that? Oh, I know why. I know why. I needed this spawn info to be available for the spawner to actually do the spawning. And some data should be like common to create all of that. So for example, min, max amount, respawn, despawn, delay, that all should be the same. But then... But then these things can theoretically be different. So let's say we have two different spawn locations for a single NPC. And they get grouped. How do they get grouped again? How do we group entries? Spawn group ID, God, this is so messy, I really don't like it. So in this current implementation, I cannot create two separate spawn regions for a single NPC and for them to have different waypoints. So for example, if I would like to have an NPC spawn in one of the two locations and then from those locations follow different paths, it's not going to be possible. Why did I do it like that? Because of the spawner itself. So when we respawn, spawn new entity, right? Get a region. Then we get the position from the region. Oh, and I remember why. Because the region could be different types of things. The region could be... Oh my god. Could be a spawn point, right? But also... Wait. How do I find... Yeah, all the implementations. This is the single one. But yeah, my idea was that the spawn region can be different. So it could be... it could be a spawn point like here, where we have a position, rotation, but we also could have a polygon. Yeah, this is why I did all of this and separated the spawn point, spawn region from the spawn info. Because previously we had just a group of spawn info and that was much more flexible. But I ended up not actually using that. And right now on the, even when we have the, what is it called? The geodata, I'm not using the actual polygons to spawn entities. I'm using the regions, normal regions, spawn points, and then I'm tying them to the polygons when the entities get spawned. What was the case with the crystals in the cave? I remember when I changed this last time, it ended up affecting the crystal spawns a lot. So right now they're pretty simple. They, like we have multiple regions for a single type of crystal in the cave. Right. Ah, okay, I remember now. So previously, before this spawn rework, it was working like that. So for example, we had a group of entity spawns in the first section of the cave, for example. And in a single group, we had multiple types of crystals grouped together. And when a new one respawns, it could select one of the different crystals. So there was like red, green, and blue crystals. And when it spawns, it just picks one. And it gets spawned in the corresponding position. But now, it's not possible with the current implementation that I have here, because now these crystals are grouped by the type. I cannot group crystals of different types, so different NPC IDs, in a single group. And I had to spread them much more around the cave, which ended up increasing the difficulty of this thing by a lot. And now I also have the problem with summons with the waypoints that I didn't consider as well. Chase distance also should be tied to a spawn point. And all of that because I wanted to have different region types. So I ended up breaking a lot of stuff, right? Also here, I'm not checking that every entry in the group has the same waypoints and summons, although I do check the chase distance. So min-max amount, we do check that. We do check the timers, tags, idle move type, chase distance. Then we skip waypoints and summons. But there is no way to have different waypoints and different summons in the different spawn regions. Crap. Yeah, I did a huge downgrade basically. I did a huge downgrade. Crap. But okay, this is not what I'm trying to solve right now. Like, this is something that I probably need to change. I need to bring back the old spawn groups. Yeah, I probably needed to do it in a way that we, let's say, have a group, and the group has min-max amount, the timers defined on the group level. I don't need tags here. Idle move type, I don't need that. Chase distance, waypoints, summons, dialog template. All of that technically can be different per each thing. It's just this thing has to be assigned to the whole group. And then within the group, we will have just a spawn info that doesn't have that, but has more specific thing like model ID. What is the spawn type? Keep forgetting it. random fixed, that can be different. Why do we check it here? Oh, because it's there, okay. Yeah, I think I need to revert the thing that they changed. So we would have spawn info that contains all the specific information that can be different per each spawn information, per each spawn location, including the spawn type, model ID that can be different, tags, move type, chase distance, dialog templates, also waypoints, tags, and summons that all can be different, theoretically. Like, let's say a boss could spawn in one of two locations. In one location, it has a certain waypoint and like 2 summons. In other location, it just stays still and it has 5 summons. I don't know. Theoretically, we could do that. But it's not possible with this implementation. Also, the crystals in the cave, I could bring back the old logic, which I really liked, that we had certain groups of crystals, like a group of crystals near the entrance that included all the different crystal types. And another group somewhere back, another group further back in the cave, and so on. So that could be the case. Huh. And within the spawn info, we still can have different types of spawn regions. It's just we will have a single region. So in spawn info, instead of having a list of regions, we can have just a single region that can have different types. Like it could be still a polygon region. We still can have a center point from the polygon, get position, rotation, check if it's in range, and distance to the center, I guess. To the edge. But yeah, right now we still have just a single spawn point region. Oh. Yeah, I think I need to bring back the old logic. Especially for the waypoints, I will definitely need that in the future. And I can't put it in the spawn region, because that's not its responsibility. I need to have it in the spawn info. So I need to bring back the spawn groups. Oh. But if I remember, it was even more complex than that. Yeah, we had like spawn point, NPC spawn info. This is what I was trying to solve last time. And I ended up rewriting it with just different regions in mind, which screwed up the crystals. And now it's not possible to implement the crystals like I did before. Also, yeah, it's not possible now to create something like 3 different kinds of bosses with different model IDs. Like, let's say we have... Yeah, definitely. I wanted to create something in the future, like we have a boss that can change its elemental properties. And the idea was that it does it during the spawn. And it would be very easy to just create 3 different NPC prototypes with different stats And when we actually do spawn the NPC, it just picks one of them. It's not possible with this thing. But yeah, for the group itself, the only thing that's important is min-max amount and the timers. That's it. That's everything that we need, right? Right. There was one more thing. Wait. Random teleport thingy that that's used by spores. Where was it? That's in the game. Wait, combat skill handlers. What? Random teleport. This one, yeah, for the monsters. Okay, so what does it do? Guess the spawn info, yeah, and guess the regions. So that was another reason why I did that. For the monster to have them the information about all the available regions. But I still can do that. Right. Target position and spawn region. Yeah. Okay, this is another thing that I need to consider. Theoretically, instead of having spawn info here, I could assign the spawn group to the entity and then get a random spawn info from that group and get the region from it. And the region could be of different type again. So yeah, that can be easily implemented. Crap. I guess we bring back the old groups. Because I will 100% need that for the waypoints. And I cannot assign the waypoints to the region. Well, I guess I could, but I really don't want to. And having an ability to assign different list of summons. And I do actually need that. Yeah, this is why I actually started reviewing this right now, because I do need the summons to be dependent on the region. Because if we, let's say, we define the list of summons, they will still have their positions, initial positions at least. And I definitely need that to be like that. But if we have like, yeah, I definitely need to bring back the groups. This is bad. This is a lot of code to refactor. Hmm. By the way, Aninia, I changed the way the lurk command works. You can maybe try it out. Like that. Now it actually includes the counter, and you can only use the lurk one time per stream. And it keeps it recording, so you will see the amount of times you've been on streams, for example. Something like Twitch has with its reward points, but we don't have it since I'm not affiliate. So, back to this thing. I guess I need to dig out the old code. Crap, this is bad. This is gonna be a huge refactoring, but it will fix the crystals, so we will immediately have a benefit. It's gonna be hard to do. Do I have that on a separate branch though? Not generic host, .recast, no. Oh, by the way, I need to merge the .recast upgrade. No, I don't have it in a separate branch. Crap. I need to find it. That was a year ago. Yeah, I did all of that to make monster teleports possible. This is literally what this commit says. That was a year and a half ago. Wow. Spawn info and target position refactoring to make monster teleports possible. Crap. So this is target position. Why do I need it? Did I need it there? Yeah, so previously we had a spawn info, and then in spawn info, I had a spawn point hard-coded. Why is this different? Wait. Okay, so here our old spawn info, it had a spawn point. Yeah, I remember now. So I wanted to change it in a way that I could have multiple regions of different types, not just spawn points. Instead, I should have just made this, instead of spawn point, a spawn region of different type, and that would solve all the problems. But basically I needed to make monster teleports possible, and I don't have the skill here, or do I? Where are the skill handlers? We don't have it. So I just, okay. So to make monster teleports possible, but I didn't have the skill implement. Weird. Do I miss it? Did I miss it somewhere? Like it's this skill that we had just a moment ago. Yeah, random teleport handler. Game entities. Yeah, I don't have it in here. Where did it get created? I don't know. But yeah, this is it, and I have no idea how to fix this now. How to revert to the old spawn group logic. Like here we had spawn group. Hello architect, how you doing? Good to see you. Today is the day new classes are coming? No. Don't be so excited. Hi. I'm trying to implement the proper logic needed for the monsters, for the bosses and their summons. But I had a problem that I created for myself a year and a half ago in January 2024, where I did all this refactoring for I don't know what exactly. It could be implemented in a different way easily. So we had a group, min-max amount, delays, respawn enabled respawn delays, and just next spawn info. So this is exactly what I need right now. Only this information should be common between the spawn points within the group. Then spawn info, we have the type. Instead of spawn point, we can define a single spawn region that can be of different types. It could be spawn point, it could be spawn polygon, and so on. Tags, spawn count, and entity spawned, entity despawned. This is not needed, right? Where is that NPC spawn info? It should just include the information only. Oh, no, it does have that. Entity spawned, entity despawned. Next spawn region. That's in the spawn info. Ah, okay. Why do I need this? Get next spawn region. This could use the spawn group instead. Why was it defined on the spawn info previously? This would probably be another reason why it did this. This should be moved to the group. Yeah. This should be on the group level, not on the spawn info level. Aha. So yeah, there are multiple problems that I solved in a very weird way. Now I need to do this right, I guess. And it should be actually pretty easy to do. An entity spawned. So on entity spawned, we have the region. Yeah, we need to track which entities got spawned. But yeah, that should be done on the group level. I see. So I did have a bunch of huge problems in my initial implementation. I did solve them with this thing, but I should have done that in a slightly different way. I didn't think of all the options that I had before. That was the problem. Okay, so let's try to do this right. I'm not gonna reuse the code. I know what it's doing right now. Now I just need there is another problem. The spawn group yeah, we have NPC spawn info and we have structure spawn info that contain different kinds of information. Yeah, NPC spawn info and structure spawn info. So that's one layer. And I think what I needed the most is to get rid of different... Oh, yeah. I remember now. Okay, now everything is in place in my brain. So I get rid of the groups because I needed different types of spawns, like NPC spawns and structure spawns. But again, each type of spawn can spawn in different regions, so they can be on the spawn point, they can be on the polygon, and I didn't want to have multiple layers of these combinations. So I didn't want to have like spawn point, NPC spawn info, or polygon NPC spawn info. I think I had something like that before, so I had like NPC spawn info, and that one contained the spawn point, and I changed it to region. So I did create an abstraction, but yeah, I got rid of the groups. I thought that I didn't need them if I introduce multiple spawn regions within the spawn info like I have right now. So here, But instead I needed to keep the groups, but just reorganize them a little bit better, because this definitely belongs to the group. And then here we would have just single region of type iSpawn region, which could be different, like polygon or spawn point or like zone region or whatever. That's still possible to do. Okay, so let's try to do this right. I don't think I can reuse the old code in any way. I can't. I can maybe do something and get next spawn info. This is what I did. So in the spawner, where's the NPC spawner? Ah, it should be spawn manager? No? Where was it? Where was the spawner? Like generic entity spawner. There it is. So previously, yeah, I had the spawn group, min max amount that defines the response. But then when I was spawning a new entity, I pick random region. Well, not random, the next spawn region, which could be defined by different kind of logic. And then, oh no, this is the new one, this is the old one. So I get random spawn info, well, next spawn info, create an entity from that spawn info, add it there, but I didn't add the group. So group needs to be added to the components, and this is how we can access all these like different regions from the random teleporter. But wait, if the model ID is different, well, we can just filter out the spawn infos that share the same information, right? Well, yeah, I see why I did this. It's not very nice. So this is pretty straightforward. We just get spawn info, and we have a list of regions. We pick a random region. We pick a random position on that region, and we teleport. But if we do it with groups, and group can have a spawn info that can contain different, that can contain a single region. Then we need to also consider that this spawn info, even though it's in the same group, can belong to a different entity. But do we care about it? I don't think we should care about it. If it's in the same group, we can just say that it can use the regions from that group. So what it will do, instead of getting the spawn info, it will get the spawn group. It will pick a random spawn info from that group and pick a random position on the region of that group. There will be a single region in there. We can theoretically keep the possibility to have multiple regions but still have groups. But it wouldn't matter because we cannot define that in the tables in that way. But still, we can do that, theoretically. Okay, let's bring back the groups. Let's bring back the groups. Oof. So let me see again. We pick a spawn point from the spawn info, random position from that. Yeah, that was pretty straightforward. I need that back. And this will fix the crystals in the cave as well. Bring them back to the old logic. I definitely didn't consider that to be an issue when I did this refactoring. And I get rid of the groups. I thought that it's gonna be nice, but yeah, it breaks a lot of possibilities. Okay, let's bring back the groups. So I need spawn group, this interface. Where is the iSpawn info? There. And we need this, I guess, all of that. We can bring that back. So min amount, max amount, despawn delays, min-max, respawn enabled, respawn delays, next spawn info. Also, right now in the spawn info we have this thing, get next region and entity spawned and despawned. This should be managed on the group level, I believe, unless I'm missing something. I see. So the spawn infos did manage spawned entities. But yeah, I think it should be on the group level. I see, and we picked the minimal thing. Okay, but yeah, it needs to be on the group level. Spawn info should be just a spawn info. So we need to move this away into here. That's spawned and despawned. And the group should manage, keep track of all the spawned entities within each spawn info. That's okay. We can do that. Let's close all of that for now. I just want to define the structures. Hello, doll. Hope you're doing well. So this should be there. Spawn info now doesn't have it. Now, do we keep a possibility of having multiple regions? Let's keep it. Even though I'm not gonna use it, let's keep it as a possibility. Also, this is now moved to the group, right? Let's just move it, actually, like that. And let's double check then. Spawn group, min, max, despawn and respawn, get next spawn info. Yeah, so this is our spawn info, spawn type, category, wait. Category, I think, needs to be on the group level. This is what we use when we filter out. Wait, category. I think I broke something so it doesn't track. Spawn category. This is something that we filter out when we spawn a zone. Yeah. Spawn categories. NPC table gets spawns of that category. Yeah, that definitely needs to be on the group level. Not sure why it was on that level. Spawn category. Yeah, we did filter that out. But yeah, spawn category technically doesn't have to be here at all. It's only needed in the table. So at least we should move it to the group. Oops. So we should move it to the group, but we can actually just get rid of it. It's not being used at all. It's only on that level when we build the table. You filter out all the entries by zone ID and category. Yeah, we don't need it at all. Let's get rid of it. So here we have spawn type. I keep forgetting what this is. Random and fixed. Okay. That's like spawn position type, I guess. Tags, regions, tags. Yes, tags could be different per each spawn info. And regions. We keep different regions, but we also have NPC spawn info. Where is it? So this one includes prototype, move type, chase distance, waypoint, summons, dialog template name. Yeah, this should be... Wait, let's double check. NPC prototype, yeah, that could be different even within the same group, sure. Idle move type, yes. Chase distance, yes. Waypoints, definitely. Summons, yes. Dialog templates, maybe? Maybe. Okay, so let's keep it here. I also need structure spawn info. Okay, prototype, always visible, always interactable. Okay, so this is good. And the spawn group itself doesn't care about any type of the spawn info. Yes. I think previously it did care. No? No, it didn't. Spawn group. Yeah, we didn't have like NPC spawn groups and stuff like that. But I remember maybe in the more far away long time ago, we may have that. I remember something like that. So, okay. Have that. Have iSpawn group. Now we need an implementation for it. Right. So for this one, I guess we can copy most of this. Right? Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. It was typed. This is why I get rid of it. It was of different types. And I really didn't like that. Why was it like that? I don't know. I don't know. It was a group of specific spawn type. But why? It doesn't have to care about that. Well, I guess in the spawner, entity spawner, have the group. But wait, that's iSpawn group. Shouldn't care about the type of spawn information inside. Well, I guess just for this line, just to create an entity from NPC spawn info, but I can easily cast it to a proper type. Okay, so we don't have to care about that. So instead of that, where is our spawn group? We definitely need to have entries inside, but not strongly typed. Can be just iSpawn info. Not object, what the hell? Wait, why do they need it to be read-only list, right? Entries. iSpawn info. We don't care about the type. Okay. How can it be simplified? Huh. Okay. Yeah, keep discovering new C# features because I didn't learn them. Okay, these default values, let's copy them from the spawn info right here. Get that. Get rid of the category. We don't need it. And here we put these back. Let's move the entries to the top. That's more important. Yeah, I wanted this to be strongly typed. This is why. But technically I don't need that. So get next spawn info. Let's copy that. Yeah, we need to take care of this now. So basically combine the logic that we have in spawn info regarding that. So here, entity spawned, entity despawned. Let's get rid of that. Put it here. And this is regions, right? this regions. Ah, okay. I see why I did that. So yeah, now the regions basically take care of the logic that we had in the groups. So the easiest way would be to get rid of the regions, because otherwise I would have to keep track of the amount of entities spawned on that region. And I don't want to do that. So instead, spawn info will have just a single region. Just a single region, and we don't have this method anymore. Right. Now, this spawn info yeah, this is gonna go. We will have just a region, and it should be get init. No, it should be just get. And we set it here. Get rid of that. Region. This region equals that. Yeah, and I will move this. Yeah. Now in the group, I need the entries to be a little bit more like this thing was. Let me see. I need a collection like this. So copy that. So instead of region entry, spawn info entry, entries. And this is gonna be spawn info. Okay. Spawn session IDs per each spawn info. This is our collection of entries. Now I need to do same thing here for the group to create the entries. Spawn info entry. We create that. I'm able to create empty spawn group. This entries equals list. And this should be... Actually, I don't think we would need that. Well, actually, we do need that. Wait, how do I do this? I forgot. Wait, oh my god, what am I doing? This. Okay. Good. So now these entries gonna be different. Let's revert all of this. Yeah, instead of regions. Yeah, we do it like that. Okay, good. Oof. Yeah, so get next spawn region, we can copy this method to be get next spawn info instead of this crap. This entries. Spawn info. There we go. And here, yeah, I copied these methods, and we only need to rename this spawn region. Now this should be spawn info. An entity spawned, we get the spawn info from it. We iterate over all the entries. If the spawn info of the entity matches our spawn info, we add the spawn session IDs. The same should be there. So regions, instead of regions we have entries, and we use spawn info instead of region. Like that. Okay, so now we track created spawned entries right there. That's good. So now we can get rid of all of this. Replicate that, that, and that. Replicated that. This should become just a single region. Get. Should have just reverted, but it's okay. Get region. Yeah, I didn't have to redo all of this. Okay, this is all that we need. We don't need that anymore. Okay, spawn type and region, and we don't care about the type of the region. And we have tags. Okay, that's good. On the spawn group, we have the constructor, we have our collection of entries, which lets us track the spawn, the amount of spawned entries. Okay. And we have information like min-max amount and the timers. Get next spawn info gets that thing. So basically a random spawn info with the least amount of spawned entities. Okay, good, perfect. This is exactly what we had before, right? Yes. Just instead of tracking that inside the spawn info, we track it here, which should be done should have been done initially. Okay, so we have this spawn group. Yeah, this is why I get rid of them, because I didn't want to have different types of spawn groups. It was a pain to do that, and also each group could have different region. But yeah, I do still need the groups. Okay, good. So this is done. We have our structure, we have our spawn info, NPC spawn info, prototype, manual move type, chase distance. Wait, yeah, this was another thing. What was the problem here? Yeah, I think I wanted to have some properties from this NPC spawn info to be placed on the group level, and this is why I wanted it to be typed, strongly typed. Like the dialog template, I wanted that to be defined in a single place, but I don't have to do it that way. I can have it duplicated, and that theoretically could benefit us, so we can define different dialog templates depending on where the NPC is spawned, on which of the spawn regions. We can have different dialog templates, we can have different summons, we have different waypoints. We definitely need different chase distance, idle move type. And we can have different prototypes, which would allow us to have groups of different structures on NPCs like we had before in the cave, and it was working perfectly. Now it's a bit broken. Well, not technically broken, it's not finished, but I can bring back the old logic, and that would already be very good. So now we need to fix it in the spawner, right? Crap, we need to fix it on a lot of different levels. But first, let's verify that we have in the game, this is spawn type, spawner. We just have this, that's fine. Spawn group, spawn info. Yes, that's good. Theoretically, I can still have multiple regions. It's just I would have to also track the list of spawned entries within the spawn info, which I don't want to. So this is why we're gonna get rid of the list, and we will have a single region per spawn info. That's fine. Also, yeah, that makes sense, because also these regions would have theoretically different waypoints, different whatever. Okay, this is good. Spawn region. This now only knows about geopositioning, basically. Center point, spawn position, spawn rotation, then spawn range, get distance. Perfect. Spawn group. So now this is what we just created. It just has a list of entries inside. It tracks those entries, and it gets the random entry with the least amount of spawned entries on that spawn info, and it has this information. Okay, good. Spawn info itself is now much simpler. It only contains the information, and that's it. And the region, spawn point region, this should only be aware of the spawn point. Yes, perfect. Perfect. So that's that. Okay, so those are the base types. Now we go to the zone server. And there we have spawner. This is the main thing that we need to fix, and it should be relatively easy to do. Okay, so we have spawn info. Instead of spawn info, now this needs to accept a spawn group. Okay, so now it has the group. When we initialize it, yeah, we need to use the group. We have the amounts on that. Spawn group, spawn new entity. Okay, perfect. On update, again, we only need the group here for the timers. And here we need the respawn information. Okay, again, just the group information. That's good. That's easy. Now, when spawn a new entity, let me double check. Despawning. Yeah. When spawning and despawning, we need to do it like that. So this is now a spawn info. Get next spawn info, and that will have a region. Right. Create new entity. This needs to have a spawn info now, not a region. So here, spawn info. Okay. But what does it do? Wait. What does it actually do? Structure spawner, create prototype. Yes. Well, it just needs the prototype information from it. Perfect. So yeah, we do replace this with a spawn info. Nice. Here we need the group to register it as despawned. Here we need the group to register it as spawned. So now we have spawn info. We put it here. We also need to add the group. We can pass that. So now the entities will be aware of its spawn group, their spawn groups, their specific spawn info, and even the spawn region. But yeah, this actually, we don't need it like that. Yeah, we can remove that. It's just I need to be sure that nobody tries to access it. Oof. Okay, this is easy. This is actually the region. Rotate spawn. Yeah. This now can access the spawn info, right? And access the region from that. Or I can just put the region in the components. Why not? Yeah, why not? Let's skip it. It's just here I need to do spawn info.region. And that's it. And the spawner itself. Okay, good. So added all those components. Now we actually need to get the position and rotation. This is actually on the spawn info. So spawn info, that region, like that. And here as well, region. And this is it. We fixed our spawner. But we also have a few more concrete implementations that we need to fix. So NPC spawner. Why does it need INPC spawn info? And it doesn't store it. So yeah, this is gonna become spawn group. We pass it back. Create new entity. This is spawn info. Wait, what? This spawn info NPC prototype. No. We access it from here. Weird. We create entity. An entity spawned. Oh yeah, this is the child spawns. Okay. This is fine. Summon spawn info. Yes. I spawn info. Summons. Yes. We have this information there. And we create all the summons. Okay, perfect. So this works. I also need to do the same for the structure spawner. So here again, structure spawn info. Yeah, this is weird. So I need I spawn group. Pass it back. And now here I receive I spawn info. Spawn info. And I get the prototype from there. Perfect. So we fixed our spawners. Now here, NPC spawn info, that's correct. Session pool. Spawner factory. NPC spawn info. What is this? Should be spawn info. But could be not just NPC, it could be just AI spawn info. NPC spawner. Ah, group. Oh. Wait. In the NPC spawner. Okay, this is a potential problem. I need to create a spawner, a new spawner. Wait, is this the only... This should return group. Okay. So this will be a group. Wait. So zone will create the spawners. This will be a group. Spawn command. This can be a single group. Very simple group. An NPC spawner. This spawn info. This should be a group. And we are golden. Yes. This is the only thing. Okay, and we don't have to care about the type. So this should be ispawn group. It's just, yeah, I don't check the type. So maybe I should create typed groups just to like validate that we don't end up with like structures in the NPC spawn group. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, this is supposed to be a group and it's done. Then back in the spawner, we need a group now. Right. Spawn group of summon spawn info. Actually, I can just pass it like that. Okay. But that was just the NPC portion of that NPC spawner factory. I need to do the same for the structures here. Where do we use that? Just on there. And yeah, this is gonna be a group. So this is gonna be ispawn group. Why do we have NPC? Ah, NPC session pool. Okay. Sure. Okay. Now I'm pretty sure the structure spawner is broken. Structure spawner. No, it's not. Ah, because it doesn't have the summons. Okay, this is much easier then. I have the factory. Structure spawn info. Oh, yeah, I need to fix this as well. So it will only have a single region to simplify stuff. And that's it. Where is NPCs? Oh, here it is. Yeah, this needs to be fixed too. with just a single region. Perfect. And also we have the waypoints. Good. Okay, so that's fixed. That's fixed. That's need to be fixed later. So now we should have all the base types properly defined. We should have all the spawners. Now we need two things. We need to load the data, and then we also need to update the way we work with this data. So, for example, when we spawn the entries on the zone. So first thing, why did I close all of that? I need zone server, game data tables, NPC spawn table. Let's start with structure spawn table. That's gonna be much easier. On the other hand, this will reveal any problems if we have it. So again, file is not changing. Entry represents the file. So we parse all of that, no problem. Now we go to the summons. This is gonna be different. So instead of creating a list with a single spawn region here, we just pass the region directly to the spawn info. And this, oh crap. So summons should be a group, which means that it's gonna also be here in NPC spawn info summons. This should be a spawn group. I spawn group. NPC spawn info. Oh yeah, I also need to change it there. Like that. What does that mean? Does that change the way we work with the spawner? Probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now summons is a group. Summon spawn group. And we pass it. Yes, we pass it directly to there instead of creating an empty group. Nice. Nice. Okay. Now back to here. Spawn regions. Yeah, this whole thing needs to be not even fixed, rewritten, I guess. Okay, let's start with this, the parsing part. So now this is supposed to be a group, right? So it's gonna be a bit different. Do I have a spawn info somewhere? Summons. No, this is gonna be list of spawn. No, I spawn group. Yes. Summons. Spawn point. to create a spawn info here. And here we create new spawn group. So for spawn group, we just need the entries, and this is gonna be just a single entry. And we move this to the group level. Perfect, perfect. So that should be it for the parsing stage. Yeah, that should be it for the parsing stage. So for summons, we only care about the prototype. That's it, we have the spawn point, have that. We do the data, we assign the data specific to the NPC spawn info, and we do the group specific data as well. Okay, good. This should be it. Now, when building the index, this is something that I changed. So I need to take a look at NPC spawn table. In here. So how did that change? Yeah, first of all, I need to change the types here. Now this should return spawn groups. I spawn group. This also should contain spawn groups. Yes. I see. Okay. Let's see. So previously we had a typed spawn group. I'm still not sure if we need it typed. Probably not. But maybe it would be good for data validation. But again, then we probably just need a concrete type when we create an instance of spawn group. Everywhere else, we can just use the interface. But okay, we did change this. Chase range, chase distance. Yeah, I did change that, rename that a little bit. That doesn't matter. We did change the summons. Spawn point. Yeah, this is exactly what I had. What I just recreated. Chase distance. Oh yeah, I moved it from there to there. So now, let me double check. Idle move type, idle move range. Chase. Idle move range. I don't have that anymore. Idle move range. Yeah, I don't have that anymore. Plus 10. What is plus 10? Yeah, I'm not using that. Okay. That was weird, but fine. Now here, this is where we actually create the groups, right? So the list, list. Yeah, I'm doing that in a different way. List add group. Yeah, it's still called group even though it's a spawn info. Instead of spawn infos, I now have spawn regions. I see. I see. So yeah, I can probably just bring back this piece of code. Instead of spawn regions, have spawn infos. We do group entries, select, have the prototype, spawn type. Instead of spawn point, this is now supposed to be a region, but we do have the spawn point, right? So here we can just do it like this. We'll have our region. Idle move range, chase range. So this is now a chase distance. And we don't have idle move range anymore. I got rid of it. Now, so this is our spawn infos. And then the group should be new spawn group of spawn infos. And now, so tags, idle move type, chase distance, oh my god, waypoints, summons, and dialog template is now assigned to the spawn info, and we can get rid of it. And yeah, it can be different now per each spawn info. Right, we don't need these regions anymore. Ooh, okay. Now we need to fix the list because now it should contain spawn groups. And we need to fix this check, equality check. So, where is this check? Oh, I think I forgot to change it in this commit and I had to do that later. But basically what it does is it should only validate that some data is matching. So the prototype, the group entries, yeah, it just validates that the group level attributes are the same. So NPC prototype is not on a group level. Spawn type is not on the group level. Min, max, despawn, respawn timers, those are. Now tags on the NPC info. They don't have to be equal. Idle move type, again, they don't have to be equal. Chase distance and dialog template name, those can be different now. So one or more entries, yeah, and I didn't change the text here, which is funny, but now it comes in handy. So one or more entries in the group, spawn group ID, zone ID, spawn category, model ID, have different group level attributes, yes. Also, we can just directly assign less. Okay. And we should be done here. We have our data on the NPC level. Now we need the structures. And again, this should be pretty similar. So this should be 𝙽𝙴𝚁 group. Here also 𝙽𝙴𝚁 group. Now parsing is the same, but this needs to be different. Let's take a look at the structure spawn table. So we just do that. Now list 𝙽𝙴𝚁 group. Right. The equality, we will check that later. Instead of the regions, we bring back spawn infos. Like that. Instead of spawn point, we use spawn point region. That's the only difference. Can get rid of that now. And a structure spawn info, prototype always visible, always interactable. And tags, yeah. Okay. And now here we do spawn group, spawn infos. Yes. And those, yeah, those are transferred there. Wait, I think I made a mistake. First entry. Oh, everything's fine. It actually uses the entry here and the first entry for the group level. And here again, yes. Yes, good. So now this can be gone. We end up with just the group level attributes. And we also do this small optimization. Well, not optimization, but yeah. So yeah, now prototype can be different. These are the group level attributes. Tags, always visible, always interactable, can be different. So we remove those. Okay. That's good. That's done. Is that everything? Everything on the data loading side. But now we need to fix the actual pieces of the code that use all of this data and create the spawners. I think the easiest way would be to just build the project and go over all the errors. Okay, have our first error. Random teleport handler. Yeah, this thing. So yeah, it was picking a random region. So now instead of that, we need a spawn group. So we do the spawn group. Instead of regions, it's gonna be spawn info entries. Wait, where are the entries? We don't have it. I guess we can... Wait. Can copy it from here to here. Wait, what's wrong? I read only lists. I literally copied it. What do you want? Constructor? Constructor? Excuse me, what? Does not implement information group entries. Cannot implement because it does not have the matching return type. If I read only I spawn info. It literally does. Wait. Spawn group. Wait, where are the entries? Wait, what? Here it is. I guess I didn't save one of the files. I don't know. Weird. Okay, we have the entries. We pick a random entry. Spawn entry. And var region. Okay, so this will teleport this thing to a random point on a random spawn info region of the same group. There could be a small pitfall, like it could be that wait. Yeah, it could be that the spawn info was meant to be used by a different NPC prototype, but it's just... We're gonna rely on the fact that this works on the spawn group level and it doesn't care about anything else. So, okay. That's good. Next. What do we have next? Right. Spawn command. Okay. And we pass this span group to here, and that should be it. Yeah. But let's double check what did we have on the old command. What? How is that possible? Oh, that's a different project. Okay. Well, whatever. should be like that, I believe. Okay, it did build. Is that good? I'm pretty sure, yeah. So if we do get spawns, yeah, this is technically not a spawn info, but a spawn group, but that's okay because this accepts. Yeah, let's just rename it. This is spawns, spawn group. Let's rename it to be clear. And here as well, group. All right. Where else did they see? I guess I can look for the usage of NPC factory. Spawn command will fix that. NPC spawner, we did fix that. Good. Okay, I think we're done. Should be working, except now I would have to change the cave crystal spawns back to what they were. Right now they will still continue working as they were. It's just I want to revert them back to what they were in the initial implementation, where we have one group of the crystals in the beginning of the cave, the other one at the back, and we had, I think, 2 more groups in the center. But okay, maybe that's for later. So this whole thing was to have different summons, different waypoints. This was technically not really related to the bosses. Sorta, kinda. But okay, let's commit this. It builds, right? Right. Just to double check, let's also build the whole project. The whole solution, I mean. Okay, perfect. Now we can commit all of that. So is that really compatible with the current data that we have? I think so. Yes. It's just, it was very limiting. And now the limit is gone, and I can, for example, bring back the old crystal spawns. And now actually spawn info is not responsible for counting the entity spawned. That's now the job for the group, which is awesome. So yeah, this is what I should have done back then. So, wait, one more thing. Do I need a typed spawn info, spawn group? Like, it would be nice to have a strongly typed spawn group at least, so we double check that we have the same type of spawn info. Like, like add some kind of exception if you try to add a structure spawn info to an NPC spawn group. It's not gonna happen because the processes of populating this data are completely different. But maybe just to be safe, I don't know. Literally can just make this class use a template of the spawn info, and that should be enough. Yeah, let's do that. What am I doing? How do I even describe this? Trying to fix NPC and structure spawns, because right now they're a little bit broken, or rather a little bit too limiting, which prevents me from using some features needed for the bosses. I did a mistake a year and a half ago when I did a full overhaul of this spawn logic, and yeah, I need to fix it now. So yeah, let's do this. So I can probably copy the code from here. Hello? The window is broken. Oh wow. Yeah, the window is broken. It's not responding. Ah, I guess I had this. Oh, okay, I see. So spawn group. Yeah, I can just copy this thing. And this should be it. Now, instead of using iSpawnInfo, gonna use tspawnInfo. And this is gonna be our validation. It should be enough. Structure spawn table, yeah, I also need this. And I think there was one more place in the comment. Yeah, there it is. Yes. So now we have a validation on the level that we cannot put different types of spawn infos in the same spawn group. So that's good. But it would be also good to have the validation on the spawner level. Where is it? Wait, where is it? I think it's in the zone server. Yes, here. This spawner accepts any kind of group. Any kind of group. And what I can do is, for example, NPC spawner. Yes, NPC spawner can now only accept spawn group of NPC spawn info. And it doesn't need to do any other checks, just this. And the same should be for the structure spawner. Just a small check that it only accepts the correct type of group. Factory. Where is it being used? So this is fine. This will have the correct type, right? No, this is ispawn group. Huh. But this can be easily changed right here. I can use a strongly typed version. Another problem is the NPC spawner, I believe. NPC spawner factory. So here, this one's fine. But NPC spawner... No, this also can be strongly typed. No problem. So yeah, we use a spawn group with the concrete type of NPC. Wait, why don't we use the interface here? We need to use the interface here. And here we use the interface. Here we need to use the interface. Right. In the data tables, I also need to use the interface. Here. Here. And for the structures, here. Also, we can use this strongly typed thing here. Wait, what? Ah, I see. I need to also convert this thing, this thing, this thing. And the same should be done here. But this should be INPC spawn info. There we go. Now the factory, this can use a concrete type. And this can use a concrete type. But wait, this is structure spawn info. So this now is structure spawn info. Why doesn't it work? Wait, what? ISTR spawn info? The hell? I think it's bugged. Yeah, it's bugged. Okay. And now here, just need to change this to the interface. We should be good. Now we have, wait, something's wrong. Oh yeah. This is now a concrete type. And this should be concrete type. Okay, good. Now we have validation on both ends. So a group cannot accept the entries of a different type. And now the spawners accept only specific types of groups. Maybe I should create a specific interface, a templated interface for the spawn group. Like I spawn group. Nah, I don't need that. Well, it could be nice, but this entries thing is gonna be weird. No, I don't need that. I just need the concrete group type. Okay, so this should be good. Now, can it run? Yes, it can. Okay, looks good. So yeah, let's commit that to the repository. Yeah, we implemented this strongly typed spawn group. That's good. Okay, so this is, how do we call this change? Spawn groups reintroduced. I'm a little bit worried. 1 second. Where is the spawn region? This thing. So where do we use it? How can I open all the file references? Yeah. To your data, that's fine. Yeah, this one. So yeah, we could theoretically remove it from the list of components, but then we have to tie to spawn info instead. But I think it's fine. We can just use the spawn region, no problem. But here, for example, we do request both the spawn info and the spawn region, which is less optimal. Yeah, let's remove it from the components, because I don't like that, especially when we request both types, like here. It's not nice. So to do this, I need what? To go back to entity spawner. I need to get rid of this. And everywhere where we try to access the spawn region from the entity components, I need to redirect that. Like here, we use ispawn info. Here we just access region from the spawn info. Like that. Here we already have the spawn info. We just need to get the region. Here we don't have the spawn info. So again, we do spawn info. Region center point. Okay. Looks good. Let's make sure that it builds. Okay. Oops. Where is my... There. Okay, yeah. Now add all of that. So spawn groups reintroduced. I need to add some more context to this. Spawn groups reintroduced to allow more flexible spawn point spawn. Why is my avatar constantly opening the mouth? This is weird. Interesting. Is that because of the mic? I think it's maybe because of the mic and the absence of the noise filter on the mic. Because I have noise filter on OBS. 1 second. Can I fix that real quick? Yeah, it has its own noise filter, I guess. I need to fine tune it a little bit. Hopefully this is gonna be better. Let's see, let me mash the keys. Probably a little bit more. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe this is gonna be better. Because yeah, I noticed that my avatar just opens its mouth constantly on, I guess, every noise picked up by the microphone. Weird. Even though it should detect like syllables and stuff. But okay. Should be good now. So spawn groups are introduced to allow more flexible spawns, including different prototypes within the same group. Right, not only prototypes, different prototypes, summons, waypoints, what else? Have basically everything configurable per each entry, not per the whole group. Okay, that should be enough. That's a good enough reason. Yeah, now we can define basically anything that we want. And the only common properties of the group would be the actual like spawning parameters, like amount, timers, and that's it, which is important only for the group. Okay, so that should be good. That should be good. Okay, let's save that, push that. Also need to do the same for the Ymirheim project. Yeah, that's the random teleporter. So even the random teleporter still works in the same way. It's just now it's possible that it's gonna be weird if you allow it to do too much, but I think it's still good. This spawn command, yes. Run away, yes. Okay, we have that. Right. So now we can use bosses with different summon lists per each spawn entry. They don't really need it right now, but yeah, this is something that I would definitely need in the future, especially the waypoints. But yeah, now back to our AI. I need to figure out how to control the summons. Summons, how do I even pronounce that? So we have a boss and we have its summons. Summons. When the boss moves, we also need the summons to move together with the boss. So yeah, that was the problem. So summons have their own spawn regions, right? No, not prototype, NPC, spawn table. So each NPC can theoretically have its own list of summons. And they can have what? They have a spawn point, which, yeah, this is really needed. So the spawn point of the summons should be dependent on the spawn point of the parent NPC, the master. So now that this is true, also they have a prototype. They have their movement type, basically. Well, the spawn type, yeah, like they could be fixed or they could move randomly. They have their own regions, idle movement, chase distances. And we also have the amount and timers for their own group, which is fine. But now we can define how they can move together with their master. How would that look like? Again, there could be two ways. It could be master giving commands to its summons to move closer to him, or it could be the summons tracking the position of the master and making sure that they are close to the master. I think the best way would be the easiest way. Well, what would be the best way, actually? Actually, I don't think it matters. The easiest way would be to implement an AI action for the summons for them to check where their master is. If it's somewhere nearby, then their idle movement would depend on the position of their master. Idle move type. I think I need to leverage this. No move, random move, and waypoint move. This is what I'm using. I don't think I'm using the waypoint move. No, looks like I do. So what is this? Wait, where is it? Check if no move. Wait for fight is no move. Yeah, so right now, wait for fight. It's a weird type, which I think I can get rid of. How do we read it? In numbers. So are those actually NPC spawns? Is this an actual enum? Yeah, it is. So idle move type. Wait for fight, waypoint move. No move. Yeah, I think I need to leverage this enum, because wait for a fight essentially right now means no move. It's a weird enum that was basically present in the game, but not used. I think this needs to be renamed. this needs to be renamed to track master or something like that. And then idle range. Oh, I don't have the idle range anymore. But technically it's there. Still should be in the table. Yeah, idle move range. I'm not reading that anymore. Why? Because I'm using spawn range, right? So let me double check. Idle move range. Am I using it somewhere? No, it's just in the CSV. So I think I need to go back to using it, actually. Chase distance. Oh, wait. I think I know why I get rid of that. It's because now with these regions, wait, what? Wait, what? Set random position from spawn region. What does this use? Spawn in for region, target position and spawn region. Yeah, now we don't have an option to get random position within this spawn region in a specific range as well. So for spawner, that's totally okay. I have our position, get spawn position. And then when the spawn type is random, we also use that, target position and spawn region. I see. So yeah, I did get rid of this idle move range. And I'm essentially using just the spawn range for that. That simplifies things on the server side. But now I need to actually use it to track the distance to the master. I actually do need it. So let me write it down real quick. Rename to something like follow master. Follow master. And the idle AI, make sure that the entity is within the idle move distance, idle move range, of the master. But yeah, how can I use idle move range with this setup? This is why I get rid of it. So the spawn region also defines the idle movement. It would be great if I could use a different range within that spawn region. But to do that, this get position in spawn region should also include a maximum range and a point. Not sure if that's possible for navmesh. Oh, it is possible. And it uses the spawn point range. So we have the position, we find the nearest polygon, have the radius, find random point within the circle. Yeah, it actually works within a specific radius on a nav mesh. But yeah, since right now we only have the spawn point regions, we don't have the polygon regions. It only works with the spawn point. But what I could do, try get position and spawn region. Yeah, I can like limit the range from the current position of the entity. Maybe. No, it doesn't make sense. Also, I need a new method, I guess, called target position and range. That would do basically the same. Like I can extract this code into that method and supply the spawn point position and range to that. But I could also use it for follow master behavior. But okay, I'm gonna think about it a little bit more and maybe we will continue next time. Because yeah, it's getting a little bit late. So let's see, can we raid anybody? Who do we have? Oh, this may be interesting. Hmm. Wait, MMO game dev? Oof, who can we rate? Oh my god. Decisions. Let's rate this person and check it out. So yeah, yeah, I will continue next time. I will see what they can do with this idle move thing. And do I need to do anything about it? Maybe I only need it for the follow master thing. Move type, rather. But yeah, we're getting there. At least we did improve a lot the spawn groups. Now we can make the crystal spawns as they were before. So that's good. Less broken now. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow is Friday, right? Let me double check. Yeah, tomorrow is Friday. So we will continue playing King's Quest, the fan-made remake. And not sure when the next game dev stream would be. Maybe even on Saturday, I'm not sure. But yeah, this is gonna be it for today. Thank you everybody for watching. Let's go raid this person and have a nice day. Bye-bye.